EIT Manufacturing is an innovation community connecting more than 60 leading manufacturing actors across 17 member states with one aim: to make Europe a global leader in manufacturing innovation. In order to achieve our goal, we see four main areas of transformation: people and robots, additive production technologies, waste-free manufacturing, and digital and collaborative platforms. Our objective is to deliver added value through education, innovation, and business creation. In our second year of operation, we have led a number of successful initiatives, including launch of the first stakeholder consultation process with more than 230 active participants and 17 hotspots identified. Launch of social network and open innovation platform Agora with more than 600 members. Creation of seminar series Tuesdays from Future and Technology Radar. Over 140 applications and 2 boost-up competitions. Engaging with more than 200 startups, scale-ups, and SMEs. Investments of more than 3.8 million euros attracted by supported startups and scale-ups. Collaboration with more than 3,800 students or learners. Engaging with over 10,000 teachers and pupils and developing more than 4,500 learning nuggets. 27 teaching and learning factories projects implemented over 9 different risk countries. Running activities in risk hubs in 13 European countries. Our work has only just started, and we look forward to another successful year of transforming Europe into a global leader in innovative, competitive, and sustainable manufacturing. #Manufacturing Impact.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Helmstedt in Berlin, and it is a great pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the EIT Manufacturing Summit for 2021. It's cold, it's dark, at least here in Berlin, and the pandemic continues to disrupt our lives, but we are not going to let that stop us. We have lots of inspiring content coming up, so for anyone just joining us today, thank you very much for connecting and for nurturing this community online. Now, as you know, EIT Manufacturing's mission is to bring together European sector actors into what we call innovation ecosystems that can foster links between business, research, and education. And we spoke a lot about this yesterday. These are vital to driving innovation, and we just saw a list of achievements that's very impressive indeed, considering that it's only been in operation for 2 years. Well, yesterday we started an overview of the activities for 2021, and some of the take-home messages were that skill requirements are changing fast, and so upskilling will be crucial. Human-machine symbiosis will define the roadmap of the future in manufacturing, and this means a lot of opportunities, especially in careers. Entrepreneurial skills and developing a learning culture are some priority action areas that the experts saw, and as well as promoting STEM education all over Europe and getting it started early so people can adapt to rapidly changing business models. Well, today we will continue to explore what the future of manufacturing work and the dual transitions will mean in practice, and look at the specific achievements of the pillars, starting with education and business creation. But first, a quick reminder to our audience, just a couple of little technical facts. All sessions from yesterday were recorded, of course, so if you missed out, don't worry, you will be able to access them on the Summit website after the event. We're very happy to receive your questions during our panels, but we are tight for time. So at the top right of your screen, there is a Q&A button. Feel free to post them, and our team will do its best to answer them. And for those of you on social media, you just heard it, Manufacturing Impact and EITM Summit. Those are our hashtags, and do be sure to join in to the conversations there. And with that, we can kick off the day, and I am very pleased to welcome EIT Manufacturing COO, Dimitris Mavrikios. Welcome, Dimitris. It's great to see you again.
Good morning, Karin. I'm really very happy to meet again and our broad community on the occasion of this milestone event. And it has been indeed a great first day yesterday, so I'm looking forward to the second one.
Oh, that's good to hear. And I think you've even got sunshine in Athens. So this is a perfect energizer for you. This year, a couple of questions before we kick off, but you've had such a strong focus on reinforcing EIT Manufacturing strategic collaborations to drive change across the manufacturing sector. So perhaps you can just give us some examples from your point of view. What's the intent of these and what is the intent of these collaborations? How are they helping to drive that transformation?
Yeah. Building strong connections with other European manufacturing initiatives has been a high priority for EIT Manufacturing since the first year of our operations. And why it is so? Because through these synergies, we can first complement our perspectives, build upon existing assets and knowledge, but also multiply our impact. I would like to give you an example of such a case that also demonstrates bridging of Pillar 2 and Pillar 3 of the Horizon Europe program. And this is the signing of the collaboration agreement with EFRA. This strategic collaboration aims to build upon successful manufacturing technologies that have been developed in the context of the well-known European Factories of the Future program of the European Commission. And already this year, we have implemented a pilot innovation synergy, which actually aimed to support exploitable research results coming from projects that have been supported by the European Commission and help these consortia to accelerate the market deployment of their results.
Okay, thank you very much for those examples. And I'm just wondering, when it comes to the future of the sector, which is where we're looking during these 3 days, how are you planning to ensure that all European regions are coming along on this journey and benefiting at the same rate?
Yeah, broad geographical coverage on the one hand and strong links with the local ecosystems on the other hand are key for achieving this goal, actually. Ensuring a very broad geographical coverage across Europe is a high priority for us, and we have achieved a lot towards this direction. We have currently more than 150 active members and activity partners coming from 22 European countries. And on top of that, we have established a well-distributed network of physical locations around Europe. First with our headquarters, our 5 CLCs, and for risk countries, we have 13 risk hubs, as well as a 6th CLC that will come and be established next year. In parallel, we launched strong links with the local ecosystems, which is also very important. We are signing agreements for strategic collaborations with several member states, with the public authorities coming from these member states. And if I can refer to some recent examples, I can indicate Austria, Romania, Slovak Republic, Serbia, Lithuania, and many others. And on top of that, which is also very important, we are formalizing our cooperation with our network partners at local level. This includes clusters and industry associations, but also capital investors, financing institutions, national and regional accelerators and incubators.
That's great, and we'll definitely be talking more about a lot of those local efforts on the ground today and especially tomorrow with the CLC directors. I'm just wondering if you can let us know what other instruments are possibly in place or coming into place to ensure that this will happen.
Already from our first year of operations, we put a lot of effort to follow up closely with developments at the European Commission level in order both to coordinate our synergies, but also to capitalize on opportunities that are provided by new instruments and initiatives. We are in very close contact with several services of the European Commission, including, for example, DG Education, DG RTD, DG Connect, DG Grow, DG Regio, and DG Environment. And several instruments and initiatives that have been launched by these services are indeed of strategic interest for us. If I could name a few, Made in Europe, the manufacturing data spaces, Industry 5.0, and the higher education initiative are some good examples. But besides that, what is very important for us is also the regional perspective. And if I can refer to some relevant examples, I may refer to the cohesion policy towards supporting the twin transition to green and digital economy, as well as a new, really very interesting funding instrument, the Interregional Innovation Investments. And I'm really looking forward to get some more insight on that from our distinguished guest from DG Regio.
Well, thanks very much, Dimitris, also for flagging that. And with that, of course, I can transition to our political keynote. Thanks for joining me, Dimitris, and we'll see you at the end of the day. And dear participants, we did speak about other instruments, and Dimitris mentioned the words cohesion policy. Monika Zegri is the deputy head of unit at DG Regio, and she's here to talk about the EU's cohesion policy and how it can help supporting innovation, particularly with some new, and Dimitris mentioned them also, these interregional innovation instruments. It's a bit of a mouthful, but we look forward to her intervention. And Monika, it's a pleasure to hand over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Indeed, that was a great introduction for my presentation, because indeed, I would like to talk a bit about what cohesion policy can do for innovation. And indeed, I will also touch upon the new instrument that we have just launched under cohesion policy. Let me just put it into a slideshow, so hopefully you can see my slides. So many thanks for having been invited. Let me just jump into the middle then. So what we know is that innovation and research are really important when it comes to economic growth. Studies show that up to 60% of growth is based on innovation that creates jobs, maintains the standard of living, and can address major societal challenges and crises. I think one of these major societal challenges are what was also mentioned is the twin transition, the green and digital transition towards 2050, and of course major crises which we are still living through thanks to the pandemic. But ever in this transitional process, we should not leave anyone behind. And what we see is that many member states and regions, and that you can see on the chart, are not yet realizing their full potential in innovation, and there are major regional disparities when it comes to innovation performance. And there is a risk that the current pandemic consolidates this, we like to call it innovation divide. And so what cohesion policy can do, and what is the main objective of cohesion policy, is that it addresses these regional differences and boosts the innovation potential, or can boost the innovation potential across Europe, in Europe's regions. So cohesion policy mainstream programs, they support innovation and the deployment on innovative solutions. There are 5 main policy objectives across which cohesion policy can support regions and member states. And while the first one, the Smarter Europe, main focus is innovation, there is also place under the other policy objectives when it comes to greener Europe or more connected Europe to support innovation in it. So the ERDF in many regions and countries is one of the main sources of public funding of innovation, and this will continue also during the current financial period between 21 and 27. As you see, the ERDF, as opposed to Horizon Europe, it should focus more on the demand side of research in order to try to ensure that there is an uptake of the advanced and digital technologies in the future. Now, how cohesion policy approaches innovation. So Europe needs to innovate to achieve a successful economic transformation. This, however, cannot be done without looking at the places where this is actually happening. So the objective is to prioritize funding in those areas where the country or the region has the most potential for knowledge-based development. And this is what we call smart specialization. And this has been the guiding principle for investments in innovation under cohesion policy. This has started in the period 2014-2020, and it continues also during the current period. The role of the smart specialization has been reinforced under the current period. It should not only focus on research and innovation, but also includes the uptake of new technologies, digitization, SME competitiveness, and as well as skills. The process of smart specialization is something which is a continuous. It should be adapted as we go, and that helps us adapt to the changes and new challenges that may emerge in the coming years. It also brings together all the relevant actors, as you mentioned, innovation ecosystem actors in a region, business, government at regional and local levels, academia, and the wider public. And it also provides the opportunity for more interregional collaboration. That was also brought up. Now, DG Regio has been launching or has launched several initiatives in order to foster this interregional cooperation. And one of them that I wanted to just shortly touch upon are the so-called thematic smart specialization platforms. Now, these platforms are set up in cooperation with other DGs, sectoral DGs on industrial modernization, energy, and agri-food. There is also one proposed on blue economy at the moment. These platforms provide a space for regions to connect to each other, or the ecosystem players can connect to each other. It can pool experience and work together to address the challenge, the priorities or the challenges in a regional context. And then with that also involve all the policymakers, researchers, so all the actors within the innovation ecosystem. And this can then provide further opportunities for innovation investments. Now, if we look at the innovation cycle, these thematic platforms support the learning and connecting phase of the innovation cycle. And one of the key lessons that we learned from the activities of these platforms is that while there was a great deal of interest in cooperating between regions to develop common innovation projects across regions, it was always very difficult to move beyond this networking and planning phase. There were also significant barriers to putting together support for firms from different programs under shared management, direct management, etc., which are also linked to the complexity of grant arrangements or the arrangements that need to be sorted out, as well as state aid rules. And these are the lessons learned that took us to the idea of proposing a new instrument under cohesion policy, which is the Interregional Innovation Investments Instrument. It is a bit of a tongue cracker, that's true. Usually we refer to it as I3. After a while, I guess this will be more of a used term. What the I3 does, so it does focus on it encourages and it focuses on close to market investments that involves innovative products and services through the deployment of new technologies or processes, through the mobilization of the whole innovation ecosystem, this doing it across borders and along smart specialization strategies. So this is what is also the differentiating factor compared to other initiatives. So it does look at close to market innovation projects. It focuses on commercialization and scale up of these ideas. It addresses and targets the whole ecosystem, not just SMEs, not the cooperation of education or research institutions, or just simply SMEs. It does look at the whole ecosystem. It is implemented under direct management. It has been delegated to a commission agency to implement it, and it has a budget of around 570 million for 7 years. What is interesting to know is that we have launched the first calls already under this I3 instrument. It was launched on the 23rd of November, and the main thematic topics under which we are looking forward for proposals are the green transition, including circular economy, the digital transition, and something that may be more interesting for you is that smart manufacturing is also featuring under the call. The calls will be open until autumn next year. There will be 2 cutoff dates, early next year and towards the end of next year. So and there will be also an information day for all the interested stakeholders on the 9th of December. So there you are also welcome to participate and hear the details of this call. So this is what I wanted to say today. And of course, if you have some questions, I'm very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Monica Zigri. And of course, as you can imagine, Monica, I do have a couple of questions because that is a lot of information and very clearly stated. But I'm just wondering, it's such a complex web of funding opportunities out there and different initiatives. I'm wondering if you can just reiterate for us what is new with this I3 instrument, and perhaps also just indicate what were the gaps that led to its genesis, to its development.
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, as I was mentioning, indeed, so if we are looking at, because there was a mention about the Horizon Europe program as a main funding instrument, that does support the initial phases of innovation. So the first more research-related steps. The I3 itself is focusing on higher technical readiness level projects, which does help and pushes a bit further the innovative ideas in order to take them to the market. One of the typical examples for which the I3 was designed is that what we've seen is, for example, it was very difficult for ecosystems in one region to test and demonstrate their ideas, and using demonstrator facilities across the border, and having the support, financial support to do these activities. So this was, for example, one typical example of for which the i3 can be used.
So this is definitely also tapping into a lot of transnational cooperation opportunities. Monica, of all the instruments that you've mentioned this morning, where do you see the greatest potential synergies?
The i3 itself is an experiment also for us, but we see potential synergies and complementarities with some of the Horizon Europe program, the European Innovation Council, or the Single Market program. But as I said, it's an experiment, so we are also looking forward to feedback from stakeholders, whether they recognize some of the points where these complementarities and synergies could be found in the future.
And just quickly, because when we spoke, we really noted there are so many gray zones in all of this. It's challenging for everyone, for companies out there to get the message out on how they can be benefiting from all of this. How will you be spreading this message?
While the Info Day is one of the main sources of information for the moment. In addition, the thematic smart specialization platforms are a great place to look for information, as well as start cooperating and networking. Finally, the work that we are doing also, also on our websites, and also the presentations and coming to you to these conferences is also a great source of spreading the information and helping people find what they're looking for.
Absolutely. And we're very, very pleased that you could be here this morning to do that. Thanks very much to Monica Zicri for that comprehensive overview of the new instrument i3 Cohesion Policy, Furthering and Fostering Innovation in the Regions. Thanks for joining us, Monica, and have a wonderful day. So just to refresh your memory, EIT Manufacturing has well over 100 ongoing activities that are grouped under 4 key areas: the pillars of business creation, education, innovation, and of course the regional innovation schemes that everybody refers to as RIS. So it is time to see what's going on in those pillars. And today we'll be starting with a look at some of the highlight projects from education and business creation. Now, EIT Manufacturing is already hard at work facilitating and planning for the reskilling and upskilling of the existing workforce. We spoke a lot about that yesterday, as well as inspiring and supporting the next generation of entrepreneurs. And so it is a great pleasure to welcome Paola Fantini, who is Director of the Education Pillar at EIT Manufacturing. Let's get her on the screen here with me. Buongiorno, Paola. Hello. And Tobias Elmquist is also joining us. He is the new Director for Business Creation at EIT Manufacturing. Welcome to both of you.
Yes, buongiorno, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Greetings to you both from Berlin. Paola, I'm going to start with you with a couple of questions just before we launch into the pitches. Yesterday and today, we've been speaking a lot about the skills needed for the future. Tell us just quickly your views on what are the most important and what EIT Manufacturing is doing to help reinforce them.
Yes, sure. Yesterday, several skills were mentioned. But from our perspective, the skills that are more important are those that helps people to master technologies like robotics, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, but also those that help them to handle complexity. We live in a world of interdependencies between machines, but also multiple objectives and stakeholders. And finally, we need purpose. So we need to train people to be able to address business and societal challenges. This is my perspective.
Thanks very much. Tobias, over to you, because in Europe, obviously, a key source of innovation has always been our entrepreneurs. There's a long tradition of that. So EIT education programs have a very strong focus on entrepreneurial skills. Could you tell us why these are so important and what is actually being done concretely to make sure that workers have these skills?
So to me, the ability to think outside the box is one of the most important things that we have from an entrepreneurial mindset. And of course, we are helping them both from the education pillar and the VC pillar to educate them on this. This is, from my perspective, this is the most important one, but I'm sure that Paula maybe would like to add something.
Well, I think we'll just move on because we are obviously tight for time and have a lot of people that we have to see. Paula, perhaps back to you. We're about to see some of the highlights from the past year. Can you tell us about the projects that we're about to meet in this session and tell us why you've chosen them?
Okay, yeah. Well, first of all, I would like to highlight that we try to go away from the traditional model of teacher-centric education, but we rather focus on the learners. And we try to give these learners methodologies, tools, knowledge, but especially to expose them to learning experiences when they have to confront with a real hands-on activity, with the real social challenge or industrial challenges, and so that they can develop these type of skills that are required, develop creativity, develop problem solving, develop technical skills as well. We have quite a wide variety of activities, so we have selected 4 to bring on stage today to give you some highlights of what we do in education. So the first one is the master and doctoral schools, to give an idea of how we educate students to address current and future challenges and to develop these entrepreneurial skills that we have mentioned before. Then we have brought a project, AM Healthy, this very nice project to show you how we address and take care of the young generations, meaning pupils, and how we teach them or make them familiar to the concept that new manufacturing is also associated with health and well-being. The third project is Factory Bricks. It's an example of how we can bring a learning experience to professionals outside the classrooms, outside the training of the job. You will see a non-typical environment with an entertainment type of learning, but still hands-on and very effective. And finally, we have AM Gene project devoted to additive manufacturing whose scope goes beyond pure manufacturing to involve product design and the whole value chain. So I hope you will find them interesting and will enjoy the presentations. Thank you.
Thanks very much to you, Paula. We're certainly looking forward to those. And I'm going to come over to you, Tobias, to tell us about the highlights, the highlight projects that you've chosen that Business Creation will be presenting today.
Yes, thank you. So we will have 5 companies pitching today. And many of them are winners from our different startup competitions that we've held over the last 2 years, basically. And they are all part of the digital and green transformation that we see in the manufacturing space at this moment. So the first company that we will see is called ArcLab One. It's from Slovenia. They have a cryogenic machining system to reduce or to have clean cutting of difficult to machine materials, basically. Second one is Probability. They're from Germany. This is one of our success stories from the innovation pillar that we've helped also, and they were also a winner in 2020 in Boost Up. They have an intelligent safety system to prevent collisions between people and transportation units on their shop floor. Third company that we will see is called OndoSense. They're also from Germany. This is one of the companies where we have an equity share as owners, and they won the Boost Up 2020 as a regional winner. They developed a sensor solution, a 3D sensor solution, basically for smart and safe monitoring in the harsh conditions that a factory floor is. Fourth company is called Nightingale. They're from Wales and Ireland. They just were part of the Boost Up Bridge that we just concluded about a month ago. They have an easy-to-use software platform to integrate AI into manufacturing operations. And the final one is Linkcase, who's a Spanish company. They were also one of the winners in Boost Up 2020. They have developed a non-destructive testing methodology, which allows manufacturers to test quicker and easier their products, basically.
Well, that sounds like a terrific lineup. And thanks to both of you for that overview of what's coming up. We do have representatives from all of these highlighted projects who are now going to present their pitches. And I think we can proceed to the pitching mound. And you had a brief introduction from Paola Fantini. We're going to start with the first of the education pitches, and we have Lucia Raimondo, who is waiting in the wings with the Master and Doctoral School project. Take it away, Lucia.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here and to share the Master and Doctoral School presentation and the results in 2021. So I'm going to share the screen for you. I hope you can all see the presentation. So the main purpose of the Master and Doctoral School is one of the long-term activities of EIT manufacturing, and it brings together education, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and it focuses also on countries aspects. Mainly, the purpose of the activities is to link the academia and the market through innovation and entrepreneurship, and to boost the possibility for the future manufacturer, innovators, and entrepreneurs to be able to bring their ideas and research results into the market. Going more in detail into the Master School, this is focusing on the Master of Science program, so the last 2 years of the university programs in engineering, and from 2021 also in ICT, and integrates the traditional technical higher education knowledge with innovation, entrepreneurship, and transversal skills education. It also includes a summer school between the first and the second year of the studies, overall focusing on societal challenges, since we have seen that we also need to consider the sustainability aspects and the social aspects and environmental aspects into the education of the future innovators and entrepreneurs. This is a really interesting program, not only for the students, but also for the other partners of EIT manufacturing, because it includes theses and projects based on industrial premises. This means that all the industrial partners of EIT manufacturing can also contribute to this program with an active role. In addition, it also includes extracurricular activities, can bring additional possibilities for the students to learn about innovation and entrepreneurship, but also to be included into the ecosystem of the EIT manufacturing, since the extracurricular activities can be provided by industrial companies, but also through CLCs and the other pillars. For instance, in 2021, we have launched a pilot activity in collaboration with CLC South and Business Creation Pillar. We also launched specific entrepreneurial activities with one of our universities in Alto, and also a special hackathon through one of our industrial partners from and another one of our universities. Regarding the doctoral school, we have a little bit different approach. So we provide to the students an innovation entrepreneurship program on top of their PhD studies, complementing it with international and industrial mobility. Means also here that industrial partners, research centers can contribute to the program to boost the possibilities for PhD students to turn their ideas into business and create eventually new products for companies or eventually spin-off. Also, their employees from companies can join this doctoral school in case, for instance, the industries want to highlight much more or deepen much more the capability of their researchers or their professionals in the research, innovation, and entrepreneurship skills. And from 2021 and 22, we will launch also industrial doctorate positions. So industries are really welcome to collaborate with our universities for the launch of these integrated PhD positions. More in detail about the master school, just to tell you that in 21, in February 21, we launched the first 4 engineering double degree programs that you see here, very linked to technology challenges for manufacturing, but also linked to social and sustainability challenges. In November 2021, we have also opened the application for a new program, which is a double degree mixed between engineering and ICT, which is data science and artificial intelligence for competitive manufacturing, to boost much more the digitalization of the manufacturing and create this very specialized hybrid profile of engineer but with ICT competencies. Here below, you see the 9 universities that are currently collaborating into the master school, and we are open also to new collaboration with new universities. So in case you can contact us at our boost.
Okay, Lucia, thanks very much for that quick presentation. I do have a quick question for you. If you could just describe the opportunities that are there from being a partner of this EIT Manufacturing Master and Doctoral School project.
Yes, as I said before, these programs wants to bring together all the partners to create a really integrated program that is able to really implement a new way to educate the students. And of course, they can have they can join the call for proposal that we have annually for the program, so they can get additional funds, but they can also get better competencies and skill and reskill of their workers in case of industrial companies, and for research center as well. They have additional opportunities for deepening the research capabilities of their areas. For universities, of course, this is a very, very interesting programs because it's really an age education program which is modernize the education.
And very embedded in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Thank you very much to Lucia Raimondo. And we will proceed now to our next project because Sylvia Leatham is also waiting in the wings with their project AM Healthy Future. Sylvia, the floor is yours.
Hi, Monica. Thank you very much. And it's great to be invited here as one of the highlight projects. I will just begin sharing this. That's great. So our project is called Manufacturing a Healthy Future, and it's 3D printing for primary school teachers and their pupils. It is a partnership project between University College Dublin in Ireland, Stryker, which is a big medical device company in Ireland as well, Arts et Métiers Institute of Technology in Paris, France, and the University of Tartu in Estonia. I'm just trying to go on to my next slide there. Oh, great. Thank you for that. So the challenge is how to equip the next generation with manufacturing skills and also enthusiasm for the manufacturing industry. So we've been hearing about industry skills and training at master's level, but we're going right back to the beginning of the pipeline with children as young as age 8 to 11. So we're starting early is our approach, and also targeting teachers who are key influencers over young people, but sometimes teachers do not have all of the up-to-date information about the manufacturing industry, which is not surprising because it's changing so rapidly. So if we feel that if you target a teacher future, they will have so many young people going through their schools that it's a chance to make a long-term impact. So some of the results of the project, project is running in Ireland, France, and Estonia, and we have trained 56 primary school teachers in 3D printing. So these were people with zero experience with 3D printing before they started the program. They were a bit scared of manufacturing technology, but we gave them printers to actually bring into the classroom with them, which I think is important that they had that, and also technical support in an ongoing basis, so they didn't feel like they were just left on their own. And through them, then we reached 1,500 primary school pupils. So we challenged those pupils to take part in a design thinking challenge around 3D printing for health. So they designed and printed devices that would tackle health for themselves or in their own community. And they came up with some lovely projects. And yeah, I'll just go on to my last slide there. So thanks to the support of EIT Manufacturing, we've been able to have this collaboration across 3 countries, and we have a new community of 3D printers. And when I say printers, I'm talking about people, not machines. And I think just having those skills and the hardware together embedded inside classrooms means you have a real chance to influence the curriculum. And we're thank you very much, Sylvia, to influence the curriculum, but also to influence the future manufacturing workforce. So quick thoughts on the impact that this project can have. Yeah, so we really do see this as having medium to long-term impact, and we're very lucky that this is indeed a 2-year project. So we will be continuing to work with these schools into next year, and I think that's really important that you don't just swoop in on a school and bombard them with all this technology and then you leave. This has to be building and sustaining an ongoing relationship so that they really get comfortable with the idea of this technology, and then they're also learning about manufacturing careers, and then it suddenly becomes normal, and it becomes part of the classroom, and it's really embedded. And then when those children then go on to 2nd level and 3rd level, manufacturing and technology is completely normal for them.
It sounds like exactly what is needed after the discussions yesterday. Thank you very much to Sylvia Leatham for presenting that project. And we are going to move right along, and Andrea Matta is next up with his pitch, and it's the Factory Bricks project.
Yes, hello. First of all, it's nice to see you here and to present the results of our project. I don't know if you see the screen. Yes, I think yes. Good. Okay,
we're good.
So Factory Bricks is we are building, teaching, let's say, a learning environment to learn about factories made by bricks. So we build an environment with the small factories with which everyone can play and learn. This is done mainly for professionals. Now let me see. Okay, now I can switch. It's a project made together with Grenoble, INP, Technical University of Braunschweig, and I'm from Politecnico di Milano. It's 1-year project. And we are targeting mainly professionals from manufacturing companies, so system engineers, production specialists, operators, for understanding the dynamics of manufacturing systems using these factory bricks, system integrators and IoT specialists to understanding how to integrate devices in the modern factory, and production planners and managers to understand digital twins. So you see 3 pillars on which our project is based. We are building factories like this. You see here in the picture, made by Lego bricks. So the professionals will be really involved in this active learning by using these small factories that you can use at home alone. You can use in laboratories, or they can be trained in the company. So thanks to the project, we organized, we designed these kits that can be, that can be assembled in a few hours, and they will obtain a factory, a production system, let's say a small factory like this. This is very simple, very small in dimensions, so they can also bring in different places. And I switch. So we developed learning contents using these small factories made by LIGO in order to provide contents on field communication, waste-free manufacturing, and Industry 4.0 that are all topics in which professionals need skills. So in summary, we created 6 learning paths, one for each of the contents presented before, one a standard level, one dedicated to more advanced skills. In total, 26 digital nuggets. And these lab scale models that can be used by learners at home, in labs, or in the company. So this is the overall result of the project. And now we are starting to present in different places, in different universities around Europe.
Andrea Matta for presenting the Factory Bricks project, which aims at having an active learning environment for the industrial Internet of Things. Thanks very much for that presentation. And we have to move right along. So next up is Sergei Chekurov with the Imagine project. Take it away with your pitch.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting to share my screen.
That's good, Sergei. We can see it. Fantastic. Almost.
Right. Okay. Well, very good morning, everyone. My name is Sergei Chekurov. I'm a postdoctoral researcher from Aalto University on 3D printing, and I'm here to tell you about our project, Demand-Driven Education Based on Industrial Knowledge Gaps to Increase Adoption of AM in the Manufacturing Sector. It's a very long name, so we'll go by nickname Imagine. Imagine is a one-year project led by Aalto University, and the partners are Theo Wien and Descartes. Going on to the next slide. The origins of Imagine are in our research, previous research in Finland, where we were trying to find out why companies are not using additive manufacturing as much as they probably should, because it's bringing cost savings and better performing end products. So we interviewed some companies and we found out that AM-specific knowledge is really the biggest issue for these companies. So in Imagine, we take it to the next level. We interviewed companies in Austria and Finland, and we created knowledge profiles for AM-specific knowledge. And then we turned around and gave this back as educational package. So workshops and nuggets on the SkillsMold platform. To give you examples of a few of the identified knowledge gaps, there are some overlaps and some unique ones. In Finland, difference between different 3D printing technologies, so SLS, FDM, you name it, and the data aspects of the AM workflow. So how to go from a digital file to an actual post-processed product. In Austria, we had the same issue with the workflow, but also there was more important the cost level and value of AM technology. So when do you use 3D printing and why do you use it? The outcomes of Imagine were 4 workshops in 2021. We educated more than 45 professionals from more than 27 companies, and we created nuggets for the platform. On top of this, Descartes, which is the software company in this project, created or updated their 3Data Expert, which is 3D printing software, so that we can actually use it as a training tool in our workshops. I'm going on to the next slide. The big question is, who are we aiming this at? Who do we have to educate so that we can bring 3D printing more into the industry? Well, here is a basic layout of it. So we are mostly aiming at manufacturing companies and designers and product managers to boost 3D printing in companies right now. We're also very interested in vocational labor marketing training. So people who might be out of work at this moment and who upon re-entering the workforce will be the missing piece for companies to implement 3D printing, which brings up their value considerably. We conducted a feedback survey and people were very happy with our workshop and our package. So we can move on to the next stage and the next slide. which is the commercialization and the spread of Imagine. So with the help of EIT Manufacturing and their network, we will be able to commercialize the project outcomes next year. And we will be able to spread this project to Czechia and Lithuania. We will be able to replicate it. And we will be contacting several other RIS countries to find out their needs and their knowledge gaps through interviews, again, through the EITM network. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thanks very much, Sergey. Just a very quick question, because you talked about your timeline there. Are you confident that you can actually reduce the skills gap that's existing in additive manufacturing quite quickly with this project?
We are confident that we can fill the knowledge gap immediately upon the end of the workshops. So the impact is immediate. Of course, it's also long-term with the students that are coming up in the following years. But yes, our impact is short-term and long-term.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Inspiring stuff. And I'd like to thank you, Sergey, for that presentation. And thanks also to all of the project representatives before you, Andrea, Lucia, and Silvia, and also to Paola Fantini for the education projects. Keep up the great work, guys.
Okay, thanks.
And with that, we can move on to business creation, and allow me to introduce the first of the projects under this pillar. Damir Gurgurush with Our Club One is ready to take over, and the floor is yours, Damir.
Thank you very much. So I hope you can see me and everything. So I will present Our Club One, the novel cryogenic machining technology. So first of all, what is Our Club One and what is the current status of this system? So as you know, in conventional machining, there is a huge problem with emulsions, considering monitoring it, cleaning, recycling, and so on. Therefore, we are having the system Our Club One, which is completely enabling us completely dry, clean, and productive machining. So this system is currently in the patent pending stage, and we have the system which is industry ready, and it's tested in the real industry. So how the EIT and the EITM Manufacturing supported us on what we gained from that support is that through the programs of Jumpstarter and Boost Up, which both we won these competitions, we were able to come from the garage ready system, as you can see here on the first picture left, to the real nice looking system which is now tested in the industry, and the prize money which we got from the competitions we used to build around the system. So in the operation manual, in some promotional material, like a promotional video, and this video I would like to show you as well now.
We created Our Club One with the vision of sustainable manufacturing, eliminating water-based coolants. Our Club One delivers lubricated liquid carbon dioxide, which is suitable for every machining process.
By precise flow rate control of lubricated liquid carbon dioxide, Our Club One ensures that your cutting conditions are optimal for highest machining productivity.
And this is how our vision became reality.
So with that in mind, we're looking forward for the next year. Particularly, we want that patent will be granted, and then we will try discussion about how to transfer that intellectual property towards the newly open company, and then go to market fully pedal to the metal, as they say. So thank you. I hope that I was right on time. If you have any questions, just ask.
Fantastic stuff, Damir. It looks like you've really done well with that. Thanks very much for that presentation. And just quickly, what's been the highlight? You've had so many of them, but what's the highlight been working with EIT Manufacturing's business creation team?
So for us, we are coming from the technical part. So the technical part of the system was not a problem for us, but we were lacking this presenting skills and the business creation overall. And this is the biggest that we gained from the collaboration with the EIT.
Fantastic. Well, it shows. Thank you for a terrific presentation, and to your colleagues, all the best. for the next steps.
Thank you.
And we're moving right along, and Jan Stanczyk with the Probability Project is also waiting in the wings. Take it away, Jan.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can hear and see me.
We can hear and see you. Fantastic.
That's great. Okay, so thank you for, whoops, that was too fast. So thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to pitch here. As a Probability, a startup from the KIC project SAFE, we are here to bring manufacturing and logistics a big leap further towards a true smart factory. Due to the rapid growth of world population, the food industry is one of the largest economic sectors worldwide. So in conclusion, logistics and manufacturing in general are the backbone of today's society. Oops, can switch. So, would you believe that if I told you that in Germany alone there are still 36,000 accidents with forklift trucks? If you look at the food industry with 480,000, it has the second most accidents in Europe. But not only the accidents as such are a big challenge for the companies. In order to remain competitive in the international market, they are increasingly relying on autonomous transport systems. But here too, not everything goes as desired. If you look at the overall efficiency, you find that they are up to 30% inefficient due to constant interactions with people. At this point, you might think, well, why we haven't overcome these challenges long ago, even though the last decades have been marked by exponential progress. Well, we have tried to make the machine smarter and better so far. But this is obviously not the problem. The real challenge is the unpredictable human behavior. Only once we have solved that, we'll be able to fix the accidents and the inefficiencies. So with our approach of attaching the entire sensor system to the environment, a unique possibility is created to analyze the entire production environment holistically. Through the optical detection of objects, persons, and vehicles in real time, the system can predict and prevent accidents by warning vehicle drivers. What is special now, that the same system can also increase overall efficiency of intralogistic transport processes. But the real breakthrough here is that unlike other solutions, no wearables, no transponders are needed, thus there are no human interaction with the system. And this also brings us to the place where EIT comes into play. By establishing valuable connections to experts, partners, and also industry partners, new and important directions could be taken and decisions made. In addition, we're not only supported in the development of strategy in the area of business and communication, but also in the implementation. So we got help on all our sides. For further research and development of the system, 2 fixed test beds will be set up into university and research environment close to production. These will be used to train the AI for person detection and to create general conditions. Subsequently, additional open testbeds across Europe will be installed in real production environments at the industrial partners to further develop and optimize the system. Nevertheless, we are still looking forward for new users and for industry and further use cases. So let us make next step towards a true smart factory. Let's fix the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan Stanczyk. Using AI to improve safety, quite some startling statistics there. And given this start, what are your goals for 2022?
So as already mentioned, in 2022, a few important test environments will be built. These will help us to further develop our system and adapt to the diverse environment circumstances. Mm-hmm. And furthermore, we plan to officially found or incorporate our startup in 2022 in order to be able to grow even further.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best for that. And thanks to you, Jan, for this presentation today. Matthias Klenner with OndoSense is our next pitch from Business Creation. So take it away, Matthias.
Yes, thank you very much. So let me see. Perfect. So I'm Matthias, founder and CEO of the OndoSense company, and our mission is to bring a new sensor technology to the market and help customers solve problems in their manufacturing process, automation, controlling, quality control that could have not been attacked before with conventional sensor technologies like optics, magnetics, or ultrasonics. We're a company founded 2018 in Freiburg in Germany. And we have been working with EIT manufacturing, I think, from the very early stages on for more than 2 years now. And in this time, we have been able to grow our company from about 7 employees with a few pilot customers to now 17 employees with several open positions at the moment to right now, it's actually more than 30 customers. We had a lot in the last 2 weeks to a really a growing company with a lot of traction from the international market. So our main product is what we call a smart distance radar sensor. So let me try to explain what this means. So a typical problem of our customers is that they have a complex production environment or harsh environmental conditions, and they want to measure precisely and control their process, monitor and automate their production processes. But classical sensor technologies are just not reliable enough or fail in these kind of scenarios, like optical sensors or ultrasonics would fail in a steel mill. And in this particular image, you see a stock photo. In the reality, this is a lot more dirty, and dirt layers may rise up on millimeters per hour. So obviously, classical sensors will not provide you with the possibility to really attack your measurement problems here. And this is exactly where radar technology is a very, very good fit, since it is intrinsically very, very robust. And what we developed at OndoSense is a radar technology which is for the first time extremely precise. We can measure up to micrometer accuracy, which is incredibly fast, so you can control your processes in real time. And we have, I think, the largest measurement range available in all distance measurement sensors, from a few centimeters behind the sensor up to 5, 10, or even 50 meters if you want that. And of course, you can connect these sensors to a smart sensor network. So you have a lot of possibilities to attack new measurement challenges in your production. But this is not only limited to dimension measurements, but also, for example, can be used in complex fill level scenarios where you have compact, very dusty environments, for example, industrial filter bins. We can not only penetrate dust or oil, steam, but also a lot of materials. So we can use the system for quality control in order to check the layer thickness of dielectric materials, or to look into rubber or plastic materials and check whether or not there are parasitic components, or if the other components, for example, metal layers, are positioned correctly. And then we can build this technology extremely robust in a housing which is suitable for a steel mill, but at the same time, we can build the technology extremely lightweight and compact so that it can be suited to drones, which offer a lot of additional applications, for example, in farming. So you see the variety of use cases and problems we can attack with this technology is quite impressive. And if you have some sort of measurement challenge you can not attack at the moment, or in which your sensors might be unreliable, then come and speak to us. We might have a solution for you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Matthias Klenner. And I'm just wondering if you could very quickly formulate for us how this experience with working with the business creation team from EIT Manufacturing has helped you most significantly.
Yes, I think the most significant event was that EIT was part of our Series A funding. So in order to achieve that, we have had, of course, to get significant traction in the market, to also convince the other investors. And EIT was very helpful with its network and its access to market programs, and we benefited quite a bit from that. And then, of course, we went through investment together, and this brought us together even closer. So I'm very much looking forward to the future with EIT.
And lots of new customers. So we wish you all the best with that, yes, and all the best for a fantastic next year, despite all of the challenges. Thanks very much, Matthias. Up next with the project Nightingale HQ is Steph Locke, and I'd like to hand over to her now. Take the floor, Steph. Go, take it away.
Good morning. Let me just bring these up. Sorry, just sharing screen. Hi, everyone. I'm Steph Locke, founder of Nightingale HQ, and I wanted to talk to you today about GoSmarter, a digital toolbox for manufacturers that's going to help scale productivity from the hands of the manufacturing worker. Scaling productivity and using digital tools is really critical for manufacturers today. One, because it can generate a huge amount of additional revenue. It can save costs and wasted resources, helping achieve your sustainability goals. And perhaps most critically, it can help reduce your skills challenge. It's really hard to find new staff these days. So if you can increase your staff's productivity, you can keep the expertise you have without needing to find so many. GoSmarter, as I said, is a digital toolbox that people inside the organization can use to deploy tools that meet their needs. It's supported by IT so that they control your cloud environments, making sure everything is safe and secure. And finance and compliance can have complete monitoring over what's being deployed, by who, and how much it's costing. So it's an online platform for staff. It helps you start stimulating digitalization through little tools that help people just solve those boring tasks in their day job. We work inside the Microsoft tech stack so that you have full security and compliance controls. We believe in you only paying for stuff when you're getting value out of it. So every time you deploy a tool, we'll check each day that you have the tool up and running and add that small daily fee to your month-end bill. So if you stop getting value, you turn off the tool and you stop paying. Very simple, clear billing. And finally, as a startup, we're engaging with manufacturers to build custom solutions that help us learn, and we can provide training and support around your digitalization efforts and scaling your staff's productivity. A use case and case study for what we're doing at the moment is a great manufacturer in Ireland, Midland Steel. We're going to be performing a digitalization review to help them understand where they have opportunities for improving their processes. We'll be deploying GoSmarter tools and even creating some new ones with them to help them solve their biggest challenges. And we'll be able to expand this then across 4 sites. We do all of this in support, with support of EIT Manufacturing. They've been tremendously helpful for us this past year, and we look forward to 2022. We recently took part in the Impact Festival in Frankfurt, the Robotics Festival in Dresden, and the Applied AI Conference in Austria. With support of EIT Manufacturing, we've participated in the Boost Up Bridge Challenge with Eroski and been in grant discussions with groups like First Alpina. We're scaling our pan-European network and ecosystem with EIT Manufacturing, Enterprise Ireland, the NRW associations, Made Smarter in the UK, and we're participants in the Digital SME Alliance. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Steph Locke for that overview of Nightingale HQ. And it sounds like you do have a lot on your plate. I was just wondering, I mean, a lot of momentum from EIT Manufacturing. Are some of those plans concretely already for 2022?
Yes, we're looking at more grant processes. Wolfgang is being wonderful and introducing us to manufacturers we couldn't otherwise get into at our small size. And we're really looking forward to ramping up our product and our engagements across 2022.
Well, we wish you all the best with that. And thanks very much, Steph, for being here for this presentation this morning.
It was lovely. Thank you for having me.
And finally, we've come to the final project pitch from the business creation pillar, and that is from Ibon Iribaren with Linkcase. Take it away, Ibon.
Hello. Thank you. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, my name is Ibon Iribarren. I'm CEO and co-founder of Lincoln, and I want to talk to you about zero defects in metal part manufacturing. And I'd like you to picture this. Many industries, they are seeking zero defects. It's a huge issue, but it's not uncommon at all to see destructive methods being used to inspect some of the processes that run on plants. Basically, I'm talking about processes where you don't see the result of the machining or the manufacturing. The result is underneath the surface. Heat treatment, grinding, stamping, they change hardness, they change some properties. You can see this by your own eye. So you end up destroying the parts that you want to control. Many industries are affected by this: automotive, aerospace, wind power, you name it. And it's a huge problem for three different reasons. The first one is the cost of scrap that you generate in the inspection itself. The second one is the time of the inspection. Destructive inspection takes hours, typically. And then the third one is you're not eliminating the possibility of catastrophic failure. So if you find out that you made a mistake in your process, you may be scrapping many millions of euros. For instance, one OEM in the automotive industry told us that they think they scrap $5 million US per year in plant in metal parts. So it's a huge issue. So what we bring to the table is we can read some electromagnetic signals and correlate them with the mechanical properties that we want to control. For instance, hardness on a part. So once we built our mathematical method, we automate the measurement and allow customers to measure 100% of their parts without destroying them. And then what we deliver is the machine that can do this, or maybe just the manual sensor head. But we deliver, a system that brings the solution. We are focusing mainly on shafts, gears, and sheet metal parts, which all combined mean a huge market. And with that, we launched the company 3 years ago in October 2018. If I had to name three main achievements, I would say the first one, obviously, the development of the technology for these parts that I mentioned. But the second one is that we've been able to validate this with very important customers, mainly for the automotive industry, General Motors, Ford, Stellantis, Gestamp, and then sales of equipment. In 2021, we sold 2 machines, which may sound like little, but this meant over €500,000 for the automotive industry. So obviously, we're looking forward to growing this in the next years. And if I'm to talk about the relationship with ITM, well, it's been a roller coaster, very invaluable. First thing they helped us with was the business strategy, a roadmap. How do we define this? The second one was accessing finance, which is obviously very important. But in particular, one thing was very interesting. They helped us prepare an investment round with very, very good advice and refining the proposition of the company. And then lastly, and obviously access to market. We've been part of different events, matchmaking, and ITM has allowed us to contact customers directly from their portfolio and customers that we wouldn't have been able to contact on our own. And what are we looking to do in the next years? As I said, we are about to finish an investment round. They should finalize this month, approximately €1 million. And with that, our plan is to be selling over €4 million in 2023 with 15 people, obviously growing in different products for new parts and materials. And one important thing is move away from just selling equipment to selling also recurring services to the plants that we service. We aspire to grow to 30% of revenues built from recurring activities in the very near future. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Back to me. Thank you very much, Ibon. Some very interesting applications for problems that one doesn't necessarily realize exist in the manufacturing industry. Now, I have just a really quick question for you. Your thoughts perhaps on the experience with EIT Manufacturing's business creation team. What were the highlights for you?
Well, as I said, like a roller coaster. I couldn't describe all of them. They've helped us in many aspects. It's obvious that we've been able to contact customers thanks to ITM. customers that we will have reached. But the one, I think, less conventional or less expected help was preparing ourselves for the investment round. We've refined the business model, the value proposition, and the pitch for investors many times thanks to IETM. I think there was a huge contribution there that we wouldn't have expected when we started working with IETM. So I want to highlight that.
The devil is always in the details, and the details have made your work extremely successful. Thanks very much to Ibon. And of course, a huge thank you to all of our project representatives from the Pillar of Business Creation, and of course to Tobias Elmquist for taking the time to recruit them all for these presentations so that everyone could profit from their experiences here today. Thanks very much. Well, it is certainly great to see some of the paths that the future of manufacturing work can and will and even is taking in the very near future and already as we speak. Before closing this session, though, we have already launched another poll, and I'd like to let you know about that. And here it is on the screen, I believe. I will read it for you. I've got a slightly different here. What is the most important skill needed for the future workforce? Choose the one with the most impact. And as you can see, you've got the four possibilities there: emotional intelligence and people management skills, complex problem solving, creativity, and service or customer orientation. So you can take some time to get your answers in for that. And if you found all of the rest of those projects inspiring, well, now is definitely your chance to dig deeper into the success stories and highlights from 2021. You can visit either of our parallel sessions, which are coming up next on education and business creation. So that's a real deep dive into some of the projects that we've just heard, followed by an opportunity to visit the virtual expo area, and you can learn a lot more about EIT Manufacturing's activities there. So all the best to all of our participants for their next few moments exploring. I'll see you back here, I guess, at 12:20. It will be for the next part of our session, which will be the leaders competition. Thanks very much. And until then, all the best. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody's had a nice break and checking out the expo area. This is truly an action-packed day, day 2 of this EIT Manufacturing Summit. And yesterday we talked about the need to get more women into the manufacturing sector, you'll remember. And so it is a great pleasure to announce our Leaders Competition Final today. Now, this aims to support the best women innovators, women professionals, researchers, and entrepreneurs who are playing a key role in addressing and most importantly, in solving manufacturing-related challenges. And it's worth noting that even though the sector has made great progress in terms of diversity, women are still in a clear minority in a number of areas. And this competition is specifically aimed at identifying women from the EIT Regional Innovation Scheme countries. And I've got Klaus Bates with me in the studio again. Welcome back, Klaus. Nice to see you. And we're going to be talking about the Leaders Competition, obviously, that's going to be taking place today. But this issue of getting more women into the manufacturing sector is something that you'd like to speak a little bit more about. Obviously, there's lots to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, traditionally, we had a lot of tasks and work in the manufacturing and plants where muscle power, physical strength was needed. Right. Yeah. But this time has changed. Now, a lot of these tasks where physical strength and muscle power is needed are done by the machinery, by robots, by conveyor belts, by automated vehicles. Now we need brain power, and we need female brain power to manage, to control, to supervise, to program all these machineries, the robots, the conveyor belts, and the automated vehicles. And we need them not only on the shop floor, also in all levels, because it is proven that diverse teams are performing better. And there is much more teamwork needed also at all levels. We need women as plant managers in the top management, but also especially in the engineering and in the design phase. Because when we look at decarbonization industry and the circularity, the design and engineering phase is the decisive phase. Designing and engineer products, not only carbon neutral products, but products that are carbon negative, turning CO2 into a valuable resource, into a raw material instead of pollution. This is really a task for young, engaged engineers. Yeah, and there we need women, and we need women from the risk countries with fresh, with new ideas. Yeah, therefore I'm quite happy to have this competition today, and I'm really looking forward to the award ceremony.
To seeing what comes out of it. First of all, we get to see the pitches. Thanks very much for giving your 10 cents on the women's role, upcoming role in manufacturing. And I'd like to invite Maggie Plaku onto the screen. She's going to join us because she is the coordinator of the call for the Leaders Competition. Welcome, Maggie. It's very nice to see you.
Hi, Karen. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. I just want you to tell us why you've organized this competition. Just tell our audience, what are the objectives?
Sure. So as the name reveals, this call aims at identifying and supporting the best women innovators in EIT risk-eligible countries. And the important part here is that all of these women should have played a leading role in developing solutions addressing manufacturing-related challenges with either strong financial, environmental, or societal impact. And besides of that, one objective of this competition is to draw attention to women leaders in the field of manufacturing, because women are very often the hidden champions in our society. And with this competition, we wanted to put them in the spotlight and give them the attention they deserve, because they have invented great solutions to the benefit of our society. And for this reason, we have provided to the 30 pre-selected candidates pitch trainings to support them in increasing the visibility of their projects and achievements. But moreover, with this activity, we hope not only to support and highlight the identified women leaders in EIT RIS, but to eventually motivate more female talents to innovate and lead, and therefore to be the role models for the next generation of young women and girls.
Okay, thanks for that, Maggie. Now, Klaus and I both know that this is the culmination of several rounds of competition. Lots of work has gone into this. So can you just say a few words about that?
Sure. So the competition consisted of 2 selection rounds. In the first selection round, the candidates submitted a written application about their manufacturing-related solutions. And based on these, the best 30 candidates were selected. These pre-selected candidates received pitch trainings in order to harmonize the format of their video pitches for the second round of submissions and their presentations at the grand final event. And after the submission of the video pitches, 6 candidates were selected. And today, these 6 candidates have the opportunity to pitch their projects live to a jury and to an international audience, and will be informed right on the spot if they are one of 3 to win prizes in the amount of 5,000 euros, 7.5 thousand euros, or 10,000 euros, whereas the other 3 finalists will receive 2 months mentoring support on business development.
Okay, so impressive rewards there. The stakes are high. Tell us something more about these 6 women innovators before we proceed to letting them pitch.
Sure. So as you said, we have today with us 6 finalists from 5 different countries, out of many candidates who applied from 17 EIT risk countries across Europe. And today we have with us Angela Ivanova from Bulgaria, who is going to present her project on biodegradable laminating film and packaging foil. Ivanka Milenkovic from Serbia, who will pitch her invention Ecofungi, Waste to Taste. Raquel Verdejo from Spain, and today she's presenting her latest endeavor to create a spin-off that will bring sustainability to a high-performance material. Todorka Lepkova from Bulgaria, and she will tell us more about her invention on ceramic beehives. Beata Halassi from Croatia, and Beata will tell us more on her invention of native elution of viruses in immunoaffinity chromatography. And last but not least, we will have Ergin Rabia from Turkey. She will present her idea on creating simulating training kits for devices with augmented reality technology. So these are our 6 finalists of the competition leaders. And now I want just to wish them good luck and fingers crossed for all of you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for giving us a little bit more information on what's coming up, because that sounds like a really beautifully diverse panel of projects that we're about to hear about. Finally, there is also a jury involved. Maggie Plaku is a part of that jury, and she'll be joined by a couple of people who most of you know quite well. Hannes Hunchowski is the managing director of the CLC East. Konstantinos Gorgoulias is the director of EU Affairs and the Risk Pillar. And Kristina Bardos is the managing director of the Scientific Association for Mechanical Engineering. She's our only external jury member. So a distinguished jury, to say the least. And we'll be hearing from them later when it comes time to cross-examine the finalists. Thanks very much to Maggie Plaku, and thanks very much to you, Klaus, as well, for joining in to launch this impressive event. And with that, we can proceed to the pitching competition. Thanks.
Very good.
Dankeschön. So the suspense is high, and let's give the floor to our very first finalist, and we will start with Angela Ivanova from Bulgaria. Take it away, Angela.
Hello, thank you for having me. Unfortunately, my laptop had a little issue, so I will be using the help from your team regarding the presentation slides. Thank you so much. Ready when you are. Should I start?
I think you can go ahead and start. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Angela.
All right. Thank you. So I'm going to be speaking to you about revolutions and how they all come in different shapes and sizes, sometimes even in plastic. The plastic revolution took place over the 19th century, and for the past decades, the use of plastic materials has spread to every single sphere of the human life, oftentimes unnoticeable, like the laminating films. Lamination is the thin layer of see-through plastic that is applied on paper or cardboard packaging to enhance durability, protect from damage, and of course improve their appearance. Unfortunately, once applied on paper, it makes the whole product unrecyclable. So here you are, losing both resources, plastic and paper, just generating more and more waste in landfills and incinerators. As you know, plastic never biodegrades. It only breaks down into smaller microparticles that are infecting our soils, waters, and eventually entering anatomy in plants, animals, and us humans. For the past 3 years, our team has been developing and perfecting a truly sustainable biodegradable laminating film that is also suitable for compost. We called it Lemon. Next slide. I'm glad to say that we've managed to reach our goal, a non-toxic product with sustainable origin. Our innovative manufacturing method that is already protected is one step shorter than the conventional laminates method. Instead of applying the glue on the foil, we are implementing the adhesive layer in the extrusion process, which allows us to offer our product at a very competitive price. During the development of Lemon, we were approached by multiple companies with requests for packaging foil, also biodegradable. This is how we made Pecon. Next slide. Based on the core recipe of Lemon, our packaging foil mimics the mechanical and optical properties of the petroleum-based competition while completely compostable and degradable, and it comes with an antibacterial option as well. Currently, we are testing with subcontractors while settling our manufacturing plant here in Bulgaria in order to expand production and reach traction. But this is more than just good business. Next slide. It's a way to actually make a difference and save tons of CO2 and petroleum-based plastic to enter the soils and being left behind for generations to deal with. Next slide. Our core team is mixed of biopolymer knowledge, business expertise, and ambition. Ambition to make a change by launching our green print and packaging revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Angela, and perfectly on time. I should mention that the candidates all have 3 minutes to pitch, and now I would appeal to the jury for a question for Angela Ivanova.
Yes, this is Hannes Mszawski speaking. I would like to ask a question for Angela.
Yes.
First of all, great job knowing that you have difficulties with your laptop, and greetings from Vienna. My question is, which kind of adjustments will your customers have to make in their production lines in order to switch from the current laminated paper solutions to your solution? Or in other words, how easy is it to switch to your product?
Yes, we are very proud with actually managing to implement and make the product just as the same as the standard solutions, meaning that our product is being implemented and used with the same machines, same laminators. Everything is coming in the same way in order to swoop in the market and just to make a change by neglecting the petroleum-based plastics. So there is nothing different regarding our foil.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Back to you, Karen.
Thanks very much, Hannes, and thanks very much to Angela. That was well on time. Just for our audience to know, there's also only 2 minutes time allotted for these questions. So that was a great performance from Angela. And let's proceed to our next finalist, Ivanka Milenkovic from Serbia.
Thank you very much. Can we hear each other? Is everything is fine with this? With the Zoom?
All good, we can hear you, Ivanka.
Oh, bravo, bravo. Good day to everybody. I'm Ivanka Milenkovic, and I am biologist and already for the decades in the mushroom science and business. And if you're reading about the mushroom technology, then you will find one fantastic sentence that mushroom growing technology is the unique biotechnological process for converting complex organic molecules into the small, acceptable for human nutrition, but on the profitable manner. Unfortunately, in the modern time, it is not completely true, because technology for the substrate production for oyster mushroom, shiitake and ganoderma production is huge energy demanded process. And that huge demand pushed the farmers to invest more in the capacity. With the capacity, they have to invest more in the machinery. With the machinery, they have to invest more with the capital. And in the end of the day, we lost the point of the mushrooms, and instead to have a great sustainable production, we have a heavy metal industry. Ecofungi and myself, in the collaboration with the Belgrade University, decide to change that. And simply we place the mushroom like an organism in the focus. And instead to think about technique, we were thinking about its demand, physiological, biological, and natural demand. And thanks to that, we had created technology which use for 95% less energy than classic one, where CO2 emission is absolutely zero, and which is most important, is it acceptable for all sides of the world and small and big farmers. Through our open source model and our Ecofungi school, we spread the word. And today we have all around the world a plenty of rural and urban farmers who follow our strategy. But much more important, we have 1,000 ladies in most poor region around the world who have opportunity to earn their first income ever, thanks of our way of doing things based on available cellulose waste and without pollution. So that's how we make additional stream in mushroom growing technology at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ivanka Milenkovic, and also perfectly on time. And I'm going to hand over to the jury because I think they probably have a question for you.
Yes, may I have a question, Ivanka?
Of course.
First of all, great. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I was really impressed, and it was really, really great. So my question would be regarding to the business side of your solutions. So how the small, the very tiny producers can benefit from your solution, from mushroom energy. Can you describe us and summarize a little bit, please?
Of course, with the pleasure. Like I told, the idea around the project is to use the benefit of mushroom growing like a biology, like technology. So they can use the raw material, which is the cellulose waste, which exists in 30 kilometers surrounding around their production points. So whatever contain cellulose, and most often you will see that is the coffee waste in the urban area, and that is our project. So the people who recognize cellulose waste in surrounding of only 30 kilometers, because it is limit for the transport cost, can collect that, and based on our technology without energy consumption, just based on the microbiological manipulation, even we have a software which can lead that, but it is not always appropriate for our urban and especially rural farmers. They can make their business based on the available raw material in their surrounding, which contain cellulose without energy cost, and to create their small sustainable business, which fortunately already exists around the world.
Thank you. It was really exhaustive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Ivanka Milenkovic, who was also absolutely fantastically on time. And let's proceed to our next leaders finalist, Raquel Verdejo. Okay, Raquel, we can't hear you yet. Is your microphone on?
No, sorry, it was off.
Unmuted. There you are. We're coming through loud and clear. Take it away.
I believe you see now. Hi, I'm Raquel. I'm here to present Acolyte. This is, I'm sorry, this is so weird. I'm here to present Acolyte, which is a sustainable manufacturer to sustainable composites. And I know what's a composite and what does it matter to make them sustainable. Well, this is a composite. It's the combination of high-performance fibers and a polymeric matrix. They are truly outstanding materials in terms of strength and lightness. And this, together with their easy manufacturing, has made them the material of choice in many applications. all across the transport sector and also in sports, construction, energy, and biomedical. Just to put you an example, in the transport sector, an airplane already accounts for more than 50% of the weight. But they have a problem. The problem is that they are not sustainable, and they end up in large landfills and abandoned in graveyards. To solve this environmental problem, we have created Acolyte. We have patented a thermoplastic liquid resin that enables the recycling of both the fibers and the manufacturing, and the fibers and the polymer, and also enables the reshape of the polymer, which is not currently possible with composites. The key aspect of Acolyte is that it doesn't require to do any manufacturing changes to our customers, which is easy to adopt by them. The technology is validated at pilot scale. We are currently developing demonstrators with different companies, and we are able to produce 100 kilos per week in a range of viscosities according to the manufacturing techniques of our customers. And we are also able to produce 2 semi-elaborates. The opportunity of the project is unique. We do not only have to consider that the composite market is expected to grow almost 9% in the coming years, but you also have to consider that there are increasing regulations, both in terms of creation of cleaner energy and also in the amount of CO2 that we emit. We are 3 people in the team. I'm Raquel Verdejo. I'm senior scientist at the Spanish Research Council.
Raquel, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to thank you for your your 3 minutes are up. I'm going to have to proceed to the questions, but you got the main part of your presentation in there. And we're just on the team, so I'm handing over to the jury. And jury members, you can ask a question. Please take the floor.
Yes, then if I may, Constantinos Georgoulias, thank you very much for the presentation, Raquel. I have one question relevant to the footprint of the solution that you presented when you create these composites. How does this compare to what is being done up to now?
The main aspect is that our composite can be recycled and reused. So you can separate, at the end of their life, you can separate the fibers and the polymer, and they will be in pristine conditions. So you can reuse them, both of them. Right now, you can only reuse the fibers, and they are usually damaged. And you can also reshape it. This was flat, and just by applying heat, you can reshape the composite to make it into a different shape, and you can reuse it.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Constantinos, for that question. And thanks very much to you, Raquel Verdejo from Spain, for that comprehensive presentation. Now then, let's proceed to our next pitch finalist, and that is Todorka Lepkova from Bulgaria. Take it away, Todorka.
Hi, everyone. Moment. My presentation now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thanks very much. Take it away.
Thank you. So I'm starting now. So it was 1919. I was a young engineer when we opened the windows to feel the first democratic breeze calling us for change. Until that moment, the Bulgarian women had their place in the society and the working class, but it was too bravely to think of manager position, which were dominantly reserved for men. But I had a dream. I had a vision. I had 2 small daughters to be a role model too. I followed my feeling. I stood against the cold winds, and with strong belief and commitment achievement, I became the director and later the owner of a company with scope of business, heavy machinery. Very non-feminine. But my mission then was to preserve a whole branch of the Bulgarian economy. Years later, the world agenda changed. But one thing for me is the same, the feeling that I have a mission and responsibility. In the last decade, bees are abandoning their homes or dying. The crisis which follows causes damage not only to the apiculture, but threatens the environmental balance and the humanity as well. Many of the reasons behind this scary news are connected to the environment inside the hive. Using the knowledge I have about ceramic, combining it with the expertise of the beekeepers, I developed what brought me here today, the ceramic beehive and the technology for its production. The beehive is a European invention which quickly grew from a dream to a final product which is already produced and sold not only in Europe, but also in Asia and Africa. Today, it brings up to 30% more honey to the beekeepers who use it and helps them breed their bees in a healthier environment, happier and stronger. More than 30 years passed since I felt the wind of change for the first time. Then it was still too early. Our dreams and causes were smaller and within borders. The ceramic beehive is my personal dream and idea. But what is different today is that now we are able and free to share dreams so they can grow with no limits. I am grateful to platforms like this because through it, my invention has the stage from where it can call for change, the impact in global perspective, because saving the bees is
Todorka?
for all.
Todorka?
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was just at the line, Todorka Lepkova. Thanks very much for that incredibly inspiring project and presentation. A question from the jury.
Yes, thank you, Karen, and thank you, Todorka, for this great pitch. I have a question. So from an environmental point of view, the benefits of the ceramic beehives are quite obvious, I would say. But would you also say that they are profitable for the beekeepers in terms of durability of the product, changeover for the beekeepers, maintenance perhaps?
Yes, I'm expert in ceramic and know the advantages of the qualities of the material. Back in history, many years ago, people used ceramic containers to keep food inside. In the quality of the ceramics kept the food, flour, eggs, corn, and many more, still edible even after years. The ceramic can make the big difference for bees' living space. Our researches with ceramic, wooden, plastic beehives in different regions and continents are providing that to be true. Bees do a lot for us and our nature. The ceramic beehive are a product with the mission to save the bees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely an important aspect, obviously, as we suffer hive collapse all over many parts of the world. Thanks very much to Todorka Lepkova, and we'll proceed to our next leaders finalist, Beata Halasi from Croatia. See if we can get Beata here on screen. Hello. There she is.
Hello.
Hi, Beata. Take it away.
Greetings to all people attending this summit, particularly to judges that brought me to this final. Can I start?
Yes, please do, and make sure you're speaking into your microphone.
Excuse me, just a moment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Beata Halasi. The native elution of viruses in immunoaffinity chromatography was invented by Maria Dubravka and me at the University of Zagreb in Croatia. The invention is related to virus-based productions. Viruses have mostly been considered as problems, causing many human diseases, including the most recent one, COVID-19, that stopped our lives and prevented us from being together in person today. However, viruses can also offer a solution. They can be used in prophylactic vaccines to prevent from diseases, or in therapeutic vaccines to treat cancers, or can serve as gene vectors to fix certain genetic disorders, or to improve or to induce immunity to the pathogen. As such, they are important biopharmaceutical products whose full potential hasn't been reached yet. In the upstream part of their productions, huge amount of viruses is generated, but containing also many impurities, both process and product related, that have to be removed to obtain pure and concentrated viruses. Current downstream processing methodologies significantly affect virus functionality, so recoveries are low. And the purification part is a bottleneck, accounting for up to 70% of total production costs and making virus-based therapies either expensive or even not available yet. Immunoaffinity chromatography is the most powerful technique for purification of biomolecules, for example, proteins, that is based on the use of specific antibodies that catch and extract compounds of interest from complex mixture, similarly like magnetic devices collect magnetic beads, and up to 1,000-fold purification and concentration can be achieved in a single step. Solutions containing many compounds are pushed through tiny channels within their surfaces covered with antibodies specific to the target compound. These are retained while all other molecules just flow away. The now retained material has to be detached and released. But this highly specific interaction between antibodies and their targets can be destroyed only under harsh elution conditions that destroy also viruses. We discovered that concentrated solutions of selected amino acids can effectively detach viruses from their antibodies, at the same time preserving their functionality. The invention is protected by European and American patents, and the interest of industry has already been shown. In conclusion, high efficiency of amino acids for native elution, together with their already known stabilizing properties for viruses, enable virus purification with high recoveries, thus making this kind of products more accessible to the society. And I would like to close by pointing out female forces.
Beata, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you there. Your 3 minutes are up. I'm going to, but I'll pass over to the jury because I'm sure they have a question for you.
Yes, that's right. May I have? Thank you, Beata, for your presentation. It is very, very high level scientific presentation. So may I have a question regarding on the practical or industrial utilization? So if I'm understand right, this is a research project. So, or do you have any results so far beyond the patents, of course?
Well, I think this is going to be introduced in the future, more for the products that already do not exist. Particularly, I think this will find application in the use of viruses for treating cancers. I think this is something that will come. Our partner, Bioseparation, this year was more involved in purification of messenger RNA, the molecule that is in the COVID-19 vaccines. And we were also in some other COVID-related projects, but this is going to be the technology of the future, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Beata Halash from Croatia for obviously very, very timely research and a terrific pitch there. And we can proceed now to our final pitch for this leaders competition. So take the floor, please, Rabia Ergin.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you well, Rabia.
You can see my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, and your 3 minutes will start now.
Hello, everyone. I am Rabia and one of the co-founders of our startup with 3 women entrepreneurs. As Causar Science, we offer AI-optimized experiment protocols as augmented reality and virtual reality training simulation to assess scientist candidates in their technical training process. So why we decided to do this? In fact, some of the problems we encountered during the education process became the driving force for us. What were these? Since university laboratories are crowded in Turkey, we do not have the opportunity to experience technical education practice. In addition, since the devices and materials in the laboratories are imported from abroad, we cannot access every device. Because materials are stored for use in the important experiment, students are not given much opportunity to experience an experiment from start to finish. When we want to work in the laboratory for scientific research, we perform many steps that we need to repeat to optimize an experiment. This causes the researcher to waste time and resources. We solve all this problem only one app. We develop laboratory technical training kits and experiment optimization module for researcher candidates. So how we do this? We offer training simulation model close to reality with augmented reality and virtual reality technology to our users. The user can experience devices and experiment in a real environment using his or her phone and in a virtual laboratory environment using virtual reality glasses. Our application helps to solve these problems by allowing the end consumer to control the experiment procedure steps by speeding up with artificial intelligence, and also helps save resources while it's entirely on metaverse. With our B2B sales, we create augmented reality training modules for training needs of the companies. The COSAR app experiment simulations that can be accessed by everyone are offered as downloadable from application platform. In addition, AR helps students understand better topics by showing objects and concepts in different ways and from different perspectives. That's why we want to make education accessible with augmented reality in areas that require technical education. Augmented reality shows real potential to be an effective technology platform for training in technical maintenance and technical services. But achieving this requires identifying the right scenarios and designing appropriate learning experience. Therefore, the training contents are prepared together with experts in the field. We want to take our place in the metaverse of education that is both rich in content and experiential. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Rabia Ergin, right on time with her pitch. And a question from the jury, I'll hand over to you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Rabia, for your excellent pitch. I have a question. Do you have existing cooperations with university or other institutions already? And where is your product and the trainings you provide within the scope being used so far?
Actually, we start to in cooperation with the technical medical devices firms. Actually, for example, in Turkey, like Thermo Fisher, the version of the Turkey is Nüve. We start with using their technical devices actually, and we start to give the technical university in Turkey. We start to our some technical things in this place.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. 6 women on the cutting edge of many fields of research, as well as many fields of entrepreneurship, and very conscious of their need to be good role models. So congratulations to all of our finalists, first of all, for their terrific pitches. Our jury will now deliberate, and be sure to stay tuned for the award ceremony at the end of the day after our panel discussion. Well, now we can take a moment to meet just a few more of the partners whose work is vital to take European manufacturing to the next level. A warm welcome back, everyone, to this session that we've decided to call a well-skilled manufacturing workforce across Europe. That's the subject of our panel discussion. And you'll recall yesterday we spoke about having people at the center of the manufacturing transformation and things like reskilling and preparing our workforce for the challenges ahead, streamlining organizations as organizations are changing, were mentioned several times as certain priority actions. And so to talk about this, please welcome our panelists for today. I'd like to introduce Jose Carlos Caldera, from the European technology platform ManuFuture, and he's a high-level group member there. So welcome to you, Jose. Daiva Urbana-Vicene is the supervisory board member at EIT Manufacturing. She's also an experienced business leader with over 20 years of management experience, currently working on groundbreaking UAV or drones solutions for infrastructure diagnostics. So welcome, Daiva. Hello. Martina Malakova is the coordinator of Gaia X Hub Slovakia. That's a project to support the growth of a dynamic community-driven ecosystem from national to European level. So welcome to you. And Konstantinos, our very own Konstantinos Gorgoulias, is director of EU Affairs and the risk pillar, as I mentioned earlier, at EIT Manufacturing. So hi, Konstantinos. Good to see you again. Welcome to all of you. And I'd like to start with posing a question to Jose, because ManuFuture is one of the key actors driving the transformation of manufacturing in Europe. It existed, I think, well before the EIT, obviously. So I'm just wondering if you can tell our audience a bit more about it. And
dear colleagues,
Jose,
dear
we're going to need... Thank you. Yes, I just wanted you to put your microphone on. Good.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, good morning. First of all, thank you very much for the EIT Manufacturing for this invitation. Well, currently, ManuFuture ETP is mainly dedicated to long-term strategic visions and road mapping activities, because then on implementation side, we have our very, very strong initiatives like EFRA and EIT Manufacturing. So after producing the Vision 2030 document and also the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda for 2030, currently Manufacturing ETP is already looking into the future, looking to the next stage, and we created several working groups that we work with under this format, and we are looking at the relevant activities and relevant things like strengthening the upstream links to more fundamental research. How can we improve this connection, but also downstream to innovation and exploitation? And then this goes very much into the direction of EIT Manufacturing also. But we are looking also at sustainable, circular, and accountable manufacturing. So how can we be accountable? And two other very important topics, which are resilient manufacturing, and here again, human people have a very important role, and also decentralized technical intelligence. We are also looking at this issue of the innovation infrastructures and ecosystems that are also very important. And also, just to mention another activity, we have been working with the Commission, very closely with the Commission, DG RTD, in this Industry 5.0 concept, where again, the people are at the center of the system. So these are some of the activities that we are being developed more recently in the scope of ETP Manufacturing, always in very close collaboration and articulation with both EFRA and EIT Manufacturing.
Thanks very much, Jose, for that overview. And I hope we can come back to some of those points that you've mentioned later. But I'm going to proceed now to Daiva Urbana-Vicene. From your perspective as an entrepreneur in the field of AI, and you're working on drones, what kind of support do companies and people need to navigate these dual transformations? You're specialized in AI, so what skills will we all need in the future?
Hello. Our startup, Thrust, started as developer of intelligent and manned aerial systems, drones, for aerial inspection and diagnostics of strategic infrastructures such as energy grids, roads, forestry. When we started use our drones to collect high-resolution measurement of mentioned infrastructures, we gathered enormous data amount. we understood that we became manufacturer not only drones, but precise 3D LiDAR and visual data. And to do diagnostics and detect any existing or potential defects manually, we need army of analysts. The only way was to use artificial intelligence solutions and on AI-based analytics. So we try to find solutions in the market, but we don't find such suit for us. So the decision was made to create our own analytics and analytics based on artificial intelligence. Of course, for startup to do that is challenge. So we started looking for Lithuania government or EU programs for financial support, trying to find networking, some possibilities, and of course, personnel with specific competence and experience. We found some programs very interesting and useful tool, let's say, pre-commercial procurement. When together with a customer, public company, one of the owner of infrastructure, we had the opportunity to invest in Croatian revolutionary technological solution. And here, customer, it was as a result that they get advanced technology, flying robotic system with integrated multiple sensors and artificial intelligence-based analytics. And it allows them to transform all maintenance processes from slow and costly manual inspection to fully digitalized, highly accurate, time and cost efficient approach. We had possibility to feel the customer needs in each stage of development. So it was a result, absolutely win-win solution. And for support, as I mentioned, we try to find different channels. We used possibilities Horizon 2020. We got Seal of Excellence. Now we have new project and RIMA project as well, EU, with EU support, robotics for inspection and maintenance. And have possibilities for RIMA network community. Now you asked about skills, AI skills, what skills everyone have in the future. I would say that mostly each company in manufacturing or in maintenance, now they have to analyze very big data. So big data analytics, programming, skills on how to make optimal use of digital infrastructure is very, very important. And skills, I would say, ability to process large amount of information, ability to apply examples accumulated in global libraries, to use, adapt, and develop their own solutions based on open source materials, and of course share their knowledge. Probably,
thank you very much.
So.
Thanks very much, Daiva, and we'll get back to that skills question also later with our other panelists, so you can feel free to chime in. Thanks for that overview. And Martina, I'm going to come over to you now because you are coordinating the Gaia X Hub in Slovakia. The Gaia X is a larger project. Can you tell us what it is exactly and what you're doing with it in Slovakia?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. So Gaia X Hub Slovakia was established by Industry Innovation Cluster and our Ministry of Informatization and Regional Development. It is always the private-public partnership. Mm-hmm. The Gaia X Hub Slovakia, it is very important because it is very big stone and make a big structure of national ecosystem in the data economy for the Gaia-X AI SBL. This is really important that all the hubs which are established create a big ecosystem, a big structure for Gaia-X AI SBL. Gaia-X European Association for Data and Cloud AI SBL is an international non-profit association under Belgian law, which represents the core of the organizational structure of the Gaia-X vision. The vision of the Gaia-X is access and share data through a federated data infrastructure to ensure innovation for our future thanks to the next generation of information technology and data economy. And what is important and why it is important, the cooperation between IIT Manufacturing and Gaia-X as a project, because it is a European project, is important that Europe, we are industrial really leader. We have a lot of industrial data. So it's and data is a fuel for economy. So it is important that if we want that our manufacturing, our industry will be competitive in the global world, it's important that we improve and increase the data economy and data business in Europe.
Thank you very much for that. I'm just wondering, EIT is involved in this project. Could you tell us also perhaps how it's contributing to Europe's sovereignty in terms of this data infrastructure?
Sure. I think that the positive results of COVID pandemic is that we see that we have to be sovereign, we have to be autonomous. And as I mentioned, the data is a fuel of our economy too. So it is important that we are sovereign in data infrastructure and in data economy. So this is important, why this project is so crucial, so critical for all of us, for all society.
Thanks very much. Now, Konstantinos, I'm going to come over to you after listening to all of that. Perhaps you can just give us your thoughts on how the EIT Manufacturing RIS initiative can support all of this.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. These are very important initiatives. We're already working a lot with the Gaia-X hubs around Europe. Actually, several of the Gaia-X hubs are coordinated by some of our partners or by organizations that we are working with. We envision a role for EIT Manufacturing acting as an integrator and creating a network of the Gaia-X hubs. We believe this is going to be very, very important. Indeed, also, as Martina said, data is our fuel for possibly our main fuel for future economy based on data. Coming back also to this kind of infrastructure that we envision and the one that we want to support in the future, we can also talk about the European Digital Innovation Hubs that are coming. We're very much aware about that, and we also want and we are already working with some of the candidates for the European Digital Innovation Hub so that we are ready when they are created. Similar for the competence centers that we're going to have in the future. Some of them are already here. And other initiatives. We think that in the future we could have a network of physical infrastructure across Europe, very, very important also for the innovation cohesion that we have been discussing, where people and entrepreneurs, innovators could go to these hubs, to this physical infrastructure, test their solutions, hear also the opinion of others in order to improve their solutions, test the solutions that others can offer, and in general have direct access to the very latest modern technologies and solutions. So we're very much aware and actually very excited in supporting in the future this kind of initiatives.
Thanks, Konstantinos. Now I'm going to just come back to you with the question that I asked Daiva earlier. From your perspective, what specific skills will be critical to succeed in this new future? And then I'm going to bring in our poll question as well.
Well, I think that what Klaus said in the beginning, for the ones who were there in the beginning of the leaders' session, that right now we are moving from muscle power to brain power. So I think a lot of the skills that have to do with mostly about soft skills are going to be very, very important. Adaptability, flexibility, determination, commitment, I think they're going to be really the source or the main source for the skills that people will also develop technical skills that are needed, let's say, in more specific occupations and also roles in the factory. But I believe that soft skills are going to be the most important in the future. Now, if we want to go into more technical things, I think that we should talk about data analytics for sure, some kind of advanced logistics and integration of data in this kind of logistics, as well as skills having to do with augmented with virtual reality and especially augmented reality. We could name several of these kind of skills, but what I can stress out is that for us it is very important to attract the best talents in manufacturing. We are already deploying activities regarding that, about the engagement of society and pupils. Within the context of RISC, we're going specifically in high schools in RISC countries, and we show to students there how attractive manufacturing is, how modern manufacturing is, how all the modern technologies really found their way in the manufacturing shop floor, so that we can eventually have talents joining the manufacturing ecosystem.
Thanks very much, Konstantinos. And I'm just going to go around to the other panelists because I'll bring in the poll question that we asked earlier on in the day, and perhaps we can get a slide up so that people can remember what it was that we were asking. We were looking at what is the most important skill needed in future manufacturing work. And this is a poll that we launched both on LinkedIn and here on the Summit platform. And as you can see, complex problem solving came out in the combined result with about 40%. So I'm just wondering if the other panelists that we've invited today can comment their thoughts on this. Daiva, how about if I come back over to you?
As I mentioned, from my perspective, and when we found that we need to analyze a huge amount of data, we try to find people and persons who has skills and ability to process large amount of information and to use global libraries. Because to start for us from the zero, it's really need a very big investment. But in the world, there are a lot of open sources, a lot of examples. And what is important for specialists, for young people, to show them that there are resources, and you can use, you can adapt that information, creating own solution, and of course sharing their information and growing.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to come over to you, Jose, and I'd like to ask our directors if they could pull the slide back up just so that we can have a look at it again and see what some of the lesser emotional intelligence, because Konstantinos was talking about, these softer skills, also things like adaptability, creativity is there with only 25%, which is kind of interesting. Service and customer orientation, obviously not such an issue. But Jose, perhaps you can give us your thoughts from your perspective based on what you see here.
Yeah, so I also agree with this first option, complex problem solving. I would say it in a different way. I will call it a multidisciplinarity of knowledge of people and plus flexibility. Why? Well, multidisciplinarity means, if you're talking about shop floor, because, production systems are becoming more and more complex. Machines are becoming more and more complex. In former times, machine did usually do one task, one job, and an operator was doing one task. Well, now machines are becoming computers also, and several of the typical management, middle management functions that used to be done outside of the shop floor, like quality control, quality management, maintenance, product engineering, process engineering, et cetera, they are now being integrated into the machines. So which means that the operators need also to have knowledge, to have information to deal with these, at least some of these activities in the context of their working post. So they need to have knowledge about these different functions, these different management functions, even at shop floor execution. And the other part, which is flexibility, is very much linked to what we are calling now also around resilience, which means doing customized things, short series, more flexible, fast response, et cetera. So it meaning that operators, the products in the shop floor, they change much faster, and operators need to adjust to this changing environment. So I would say that if I had to select the two characteristics, I would say these two ones. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jose, for those thoughts. Martina, I'm going to come back over to you. Your thoughts on sort of the most critical skills in the near and long term.
Yeah, you asked for only two skills that we have to mention, and exactly I was thinking about, and I choose problem solving is sure. But the second,
so very much in agreement with our poll. So everybody's on the same page. We just have to figure out how to prioritize.
Yeah, and the second is common sense. And yeah, because I think, and this pandemic shows us, when we cooperate and we collaborate together, we are stronger. And this is the message: to cooperation, collaboration, and to think for our future. So this is to find the solution, resolve the problem for our common sense, for our future. And I think now this understanding is really crucial for our environmental issues. This is for me very important.
Thanks very much, Martina. Now, Konstantinos, you mentioned, obviously, it's not only about skills, it's also about new talent. And we all know that it's very difficult to fill certain kinds of jobs. What can we do to bridge that talent gap? And what are you doing to get young people excited about all these opportunities in manufacturing, which we're learning are so many, and that message really needs to get out there?
Indeed. I think that is a very, very important question that we need to answer, to find solutions right now, I would say. If you think of education and training the last maybe 200 years, you will see that more or less things are the same. You will find pictures maybe 100 years ago where you will see some students sitting in a classroom and with their books, and the teacher there in a kind of a blackboard. So it doesn't differ so much with what we have today. And we need to think, however, how we can modernize that a bit, maybe increase also its efficiency. We have all this modern ICT right now that maybe it's not exploited to the level that it should be exploited. In education, and especially, I would say, in training. Still, when we go to some manufacturing companies and we talk about training, still the training will be, let's say, in a kind of a seminar. However, now we have a lot of more tools that we can use. I can mention, of course, teaching and learning factories that we also deploy strongly in EIT manufacturing. Specifically for teaching factories, by using modern ICT, we're able to connect the, let's say, two sides that collaborate in order to work on a common project and also learn from this project across Europe. So you can have one node in Slovakia, one node in Sweden, and one node in Spain, and have everybody working together like they are next door. These are things that now modern ICT can provide. And this is also very, very important for not only innovation cohesion, but I would say about the European cohesion in total. And we want to emphasize that, and that's why we deploy several of these kind of programs. Apart from that, we can also talk about some modern technologies that help, like I mentioned it before, but it's also about training, about augmented reality, artificial intelligence in the future can also be used for some kind of a smart, intelligent training. And this is something that we are going to see in the future in EIT manufacturing. And these are indicatively some of the aspects that I would like to highlight.
Mm-hmm. Jose, I'd like to come over to you because you told us before what you thought the priority skills were. What are your thoughts on actually bridging this gap and getting those skills to be what's coming up from the younger generations?
Yeah, well, let me reinforce what Konstantinos said. But before that, let me go back to what I said before, saying that we need more enlarged set of skills for workers and more flexibility. Well, the good news, of course, this is more complex to achieve, but the good news is that it's easier to attract the young people in this way if we compare with the kind of training profiles workers that we had in the past. So this is the good news. Now, for me, the main challenges are, I would say, mainly two of them. One is the fact, and this is where I will link to what Konstantinos said, the conventional way of doing technology development, and then, if it's successful, then take care of education and training people for the uptake of the technologies is no longer feasible, particularly in these digital areas. We don't have the time to do that. So we have to combine the technological development with the training of the people. Otherwise, when we have the people, then the technology already changed. So this is a big challenge. And these ideas, these concepts of teaching factory or learning factory, these infrastructures that allow us to use them to do the two things combined. So we can use them to do research and innovation projects, and at the same time to train people, both young people, but also people coming from the companies involved in the project in this new technology. So we need to speed up the education and training cycle, and the technological development and education and training cycle. Now, the second challenge is, of course, the dimension of the education and training effort that we have to do. We are talking about in this workshop of workforce skills, but we need to train much more than the workforce. We need to train the workforce, of course. Then we need also to train the middle management, and we need to train the CEOs also in this new world, because we have to remember that who takes the decisions on investing in technology or in digitalization or in circular economy, first is the CEOs, and they need to understand the impact of these new technologies in their businesses. And there is a lot of noise, there is a lot of information, there's a lot of confusion around these topics, and we need also to help the management level and then the mid-management to understand what digital technology can do for maintenance, what they can do for quality control, what they can do for product engineering. So we need also to retrain reskill these levels, and then of course the workforce. So this is such a huge effort that we can't rely only on the public side to make this effort. So the companies have to step up. They have to make a big effort. So they have to be proactive in this effort. They have to team up together, particularly the SMEs. They have to team up together, share these infrastructures, and have an active voice and an active role in this effort for education and training and reskilling of their people. It's not enough only to bet on the young people. We need also to reskill the guys that are in the companies.
Thank you very much for that. And I find it very interesting what you said, because this idea of obviously combining the technology development with education really also includes this idea of having a bit of a freedom to fail, which requires it's learning by doing to a very great extent, and requires something of a new mindset in terms of how we approach upskilling, reskilling, and new education. So I'm wondering if Daiva Urbana-Viniciene can comment on that, and then I'll come to you, Martina.
Okay, so I agree with Jose about retraining and middle management and COO, but I think that we need to think about schools and to start even from schools, because after a few years they become our employees. And I would say that we need to teach our young people to search for information, to search for sources, to encourage learning from global practice, encourage self-education in learning platforms, because we have now really open learning platforms where you can self-educate. Of course, companies has to invest as well. I see very good examples, let's say, in our country, in Lithuania, active communities, let's say, of artificial intelligence, working professionals and not only professionals. And they host a number of regular events and meetings, and 1,000 people they are coming. And so that understanding should be not just right now. Of course, I agree with you said that middle management, managers, CEOs, but as well that opinion, and we have to grow from school.
Exactly. Obviously, emphasizing starting early, and once again, and emphasizing the point that Jose made as well about companies needing to step up to take over some of this education. Martina, do you have some thoughts on bridging this skills and talent gap?
Yeah, I think it is the real. I agree with all the panelists, but it is a real issue because companies could make a lot of support and have to make. But it is not only about the companies. I think that we have, as the society, try to explain to people what's happened, to establish trust, and in transparent education, explain that the reskilling and upskilling is crucial for them. The second, what I see as a big issue, so it is not only about the companies, but it is about all society, also about our politicians, that we have to see how we want to resolve this problem as a bridge the skills and talent gaps. At OECD, for example, you can see all the analytics of the programs of each country, how they want to attract talents from other countries. Okay, and exactly, I understand common sense. Only it is a short-term solution. If you want to create a long-term solution and not only to put the problem for our next generation, what we will do? And I think the first answer in Europe is we are 450 citizens, and each person is a unique person. And we have to work together, all the countries, to help our future be happening.
Thanks very much, Martina. You've brought it very succinctly back to the people that are at the center of this drive to bring manufacturing to the next level. I'm just going to ask if Konstantinos Gourgoulias has anything final to say before I wrap up this panel.
Just to say that indeed, as all the panelists said, reskilling and upskilling the workforce is not only important in order to sustain the current efficiency, let's say, of the manufacturing companies, but it is also very, very important in order to exploit effectively the innovations coming. Even if you have a very modern and a very flexible machine, you always need to have the people that will run it. So it's very, very important also for the innovations that are coming to have a very well educated and skilled workforce that can really exploit these innovations.
Thanks very much, Konstantinos. And just a couple of the really key points that I took from that discussion. Multidisciplinarity of knowledge definitely is what we're hearing already since yesterday, that this is the future, but common sense in terms of how to approach it. And some good news in there, obviously, that the more complex all of this gets, it's becoming easier and easier to attract the younger generations of workers, but companies also needing to be stepping up to take on the upskilling of their current workforce, because a lot of us are still going to be here for quite some time. So I'd like to thank all of our panelists for taking part in this discussion on a well-skilled manufacturing workforce. Thanks very much to Jose Carlos Caldera, to Daiva Urbanaviciene, Martina Malakova and Konstantinas Gorgulias, thanks very much for those final comments. And best of luck to all of you for 2022. Do stay safe, everybody.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Well, dear participants, the final item on our agenda today is the Leaders Competition Awards ceremony. So a lot of suspense there for certain individuals. The jury has deliberated, and I think the jury has decided. And I have the honor of announcing our three winners. And I am going to have to open my phone to do that because sometimes we have to communicate over WhatsApp. So I really wish I could do a drum roll. I'm not very effective at that, but drum roll is imaginary. Everybody can imagine. And our third place winner, I'm going to announce, is Todorka Lepkova. She was from Bulgaria and she wins the prize of 5,000 euros. So congratulations to Todorka for your ceramic beehives, and what an inspiring project it was. Congratulations. And stay with me on screen there because I still have to announce the second and first place. In second place is Raquel Verdejo with her project. And congratulations to you over in Spain. And 7,500 euros on their way to you, I believe. And in first place, we have Angela Ivanova, who wins the top prize of 10,000. Where is she? There she is on the screen. Wonderful. And congratulations to all of you. And because I have you here on the screen, I'm just going to ask you to make a comment on this win. How does this feel and how exciting is this? What sort of an experience?
Well, thank you so much. This entire experience has been great. This is a recognition not only for me, but for Lemon's team. We are very dedicated to this technology, to lead it to its full potential. And I salute all the ladies. We are all leaders and we have the great responsibility to our planet. And this is the real competition that we have to win and that we are all leading forward. Thank you so much.
Fantastic comments there. Thank you very much, Angela. And Todorka, how are you feeling after this win?
I'm grateful to receive this prize and to be here in the company of so many talented, smart women. So I want to take the jury, the organizers, for giving us the stage to share our invention with the world. I want to take my mother and daughters, my teams behind the ceramic beehive, who made this process possible. Thank you very much. I love you.
Very much a people-centered effort as well on your end there, Todorka. And Raquel, I'd like to hear from you. How was this experience taking part with the pitching and all of the previous rounds? I know you've had to go through quite a lot to achieve this today.
As my predecessor says, it's been really amazing, all the process. We've learned quite a bit throughout of it. We had pitch training, and all the people involved in this organization has been wonderful. So I'm really glad. And I also would like to thank my colleagues that are here working hard with me and sharing this dream of us. And I thank you all for recognizing the potential that Acolyte might have. And thank you.
I'm just wondering what you might do with the prize money.
I will probably invest it in Acolytes, and I will invite my colleagues for a celebration, and the rest will go to Acolyte.
I'm sure that's what most of our finalists are going to do. Todorka, the money, how are you going to be using that? Are you going to be reinvesting it into your project?
Improving in the product line. The next level of the construction and material. So
fantastic. And Angela, the question goes to you as well. How helpful would this be with your continuing work?
Very much so, actually. We are just stepping into the market expansion and certification processes and whatnot. So everything is super helpful all the way. So yes, thank you.
Lots going on there. Well, a huge congratulations to Angela Ivanova, to Raquel Verdejo, to Todorka Lepkova, and also, of course, to our remaining 3 finalists in the background who also did fantastic pitches and are really upfront there with their work and being such terrific role models for other girls and women. A big thanks also to our jury. This was a really, really great occasion today to show what's going on with women's innovation. Best of luck to all of you. Thanks again and stay safe. Indeed been a long day, so it's time to close, and we'll do it quite quickly with Dimitris Mavrikios, who helped me open today. So I'm going to welcome Dimitris back on screen. There he is. Hi, Dimitris. This has been a really exciting day. Perhaps you can give us your synopsis of everything you've heard, that last panel, and perhaps what the highlights were for you.
Hi, Karin. Hi again. Yes, that was indeed a very exciting day, and I think it met all our expectations. So I think that we had a very important topic addressed today, the future of manufacturing work and how this is associated with the transition to digital and green manufacturing in the future. And then the main challenge, of course, was how we can get everybody on board, people, but also all regions around Europe. And I think that we got a lot of interesting inputs on how to do that. We had a very interesting keynote from our distinguished guest from DG Regio on how we can boost interregional innovation cooperation in innovation, which is something that is very important for us to make sure that all regions around Europe can benefit. The instrument that was described, the Interregional Innovation Investment Instrument, really is of high importance, and we really appreciate. And EIT Manufacturing, of course, has a very strong interest in that. We had a lot of interesting insights on what we are doing on our education and business creation pillar. We had the best performing projects on stage, which demonstrated the great work that is done by our consortia. And we thank all of them for their great work, but also the ones that were not on the stage, but they had demonstrated that they are demonstrating the results in the expo area. And of course, we had the possibility also to have some more insight in different aspects addressed by education and business creation pillars. And of course, a great competition, which we all really enjoyed. So the leaders competition, I would like to say congratulations to all winners, and also a special thanks to Angela, because Angela has been also involved in a very important instrument in the context of our operations, the Manufacturing Innovation Forum, so contributing her experience and knowledge from the business area that she's active in. So I wish to all winners very best success in their endeavors, and big thanks for contributing also to our event today. And of course, a very interesting panel providing a very clear insight on different perspectives regarding on how to achieve a well-skilled manufacturing workforce across Europe, which is very important in achieving our long-term goals. So after more than 25 years in manufacturing research and innovation, I always keep saying to my colleagues that it's people that make the difference. And I think that at the end of this day, I think that this is more than well justified.
That's a very good point to make. Absolutely. And I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously, yes, that leaders competition really did add some spice today, a wonderful selection of projects and a lot of ongoing research that's very cutting edge. What are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Tomorrow we will be focusing, we will be building upon, of course, what we have been addressing during these 2 days, but we will also focus on an important aspect, what is the role of SMEs and the mid-sized companies in our ecosystem. As already stressed in different interventions, SMEs are the backbone of European manufacturing. So there's a lot of interest, a lot of priorities from our side. So we have been promoting from the very beginning the engagement of SMEs in our initiative and in our activities, and I think that we will get a very good insight tomorrow on different perspectives. And of course, we will get a very more deep insight on another 2 portfolios of our programs, innovation and risk activities will be more analyzed with also with some very good insight on different perspectives. So a lot of interesting stuff to come.
A lot of interesting stuff to come. And so 2 days down, 1 to go. Thanks very much, Dimitris Mavrikios, and all the best to you in Athens, and see you again soon. I'd like to thank also all of our speakers for today, our panel discussions, our panelists, or our panel discussion panelists. And thanks, of course, to all of our participants out there and the many partners. And we hope that you will be taking the time again to tune in tomorrow for day 3, when, as Dimitris just mentioned, we will get the lowdown on what's been going on in the innovation and the risk pillars. Today, we saw business creation and education. So let's all get some rest and have a great evening. And I look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp. Thanks and bonne soirée. Schönen Abend allerseits. Bye-bye.